Happy?
Test it and make sure it's good.
Is it working? Can you hear me now, JT? Yay? I'm going to hope that's a confirmation.
Yes, you have audio going.
Yay! It works.
So.
Hi, Z. Yeah. This is my partner. He's been helping me with it.
Thank you for the view, everybody. She's gonna start working now, and I'm gonna go away. Have fun with your
You're a
live stream.
jerk.
Hey, guess what? You're live now. You don't have any excuse.
I secretly hate you right now.
It's work. Honey, if you play YouTube or any of that stuff, there are websites if you want to have
I know.
music for them to listen to. But if you're gonna monologue a lot, I definitely recommend that you have some.
If people talk to me.
Yeah, but you need some kind of background noise.
Okay.
So.
We'll figure that out tomorrow, not today. Ah.
All right. Make sure you talk.
I'm here. Is it even labeled? Oh boy. I really don't know how this works. Yeah, you're a jerk. You don't hear talking, then keep me company. What are you wanting me to talk about, No, you're just a figment of my imagination, like usual. Which stuff behind me? All the stuff to my right, which is all the con stuff and all the pins and all the badges. The 2 or 3 wards. Exactly. Yes, we're just floating in a rock in space. That's all. That's all. Yeah, Z, this is how the other egg started. This is literally probably about stage 4. There's the Nerf ball and the foil. I've had help today. He microwaved all the wax for me. I was not prepared for this. Not at all. He just kind of threw me into the deep end. I tried. I looked at the Kappa mom that we were talking about last night. I like the balloon animal one. That'll be a thing in the future, not a today thing. Chris laughed at me for it. You should have already been setting up your stream, you dork. Why aren't you streaming the new Genshin game that you and Lattice have been playing? I've seen a lot of people talking about it lately. Oh, well, personal problem. If you're gonna stream, you're gonna stream. What'd you say? Oh, give you a year? Yeah, that's pretty much what the goal is. I'm he he quite literally just threw me into the deep end on this one because I was sitting here watching one of the other streamers, and he got pissed at me and started fussing at me over it. Yeah, since I didn't put a rating on the channel, I guess I have to actually watch my language a little. The sculpting and the painting part's the easy bit. The bit that's not so easy is the public speaking, but it's easier. Okay, so you came in after work and fussed at me saying if you were working, you should be streaming, and not 20 minutes before that, before you got home, Mom came in here and says, "Are you streaming?" And I said, "No, I don't have it set up." So my chicken shit little ass wasn't streaming because I did not want that responsibility yet. That was tomorrow's problem, not today's. Now it's today's problem. Well, as I figure out how, sure. I will attempt to do so. How about that? I'll make an attempt. I'll tell you what, I'd rather base the figures than this. This is hard. I am not going through that box right now. I am not even set up to paint over here right now. And yes, I know there's a giant ass box of figs right next to me. I am not set up to paint. You just dumped my paint water across my desk, so no. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! No!
He's primed and everything.
No! No! Go away! You... Now I'm mad at him. Alright. Dragon eggs, dragon eggs, dragon eggs. I think this is a part I both love and hate. You have to rough out the entire shape, even though it's a Nerf ball and it's pre-done to a degree. Evidence of my other art pieces. Glitter. So did you bring me that one because that's the one you want me to paint first? Hmm. Why do you want that one painted first? Okay. Mm, with rattle can primer. I wish we had resin so we could reprint the Apex figures. I'll frown at you. Well, it's just you, so what do you expect? No! Your butt. I don't know what to blabber on about right now. I mean, hell, at least in the other chat I was in, I can talk to somebody about armor. You don't talk to me. Dragon eggs from Game of Thrones. Don't even know what my stream is labeled right now, so couldn't tell you what people think it is. Oh, it's on the sketch one? Would really be nice if I had my sketchbook. Because I was obviously setting up to stream Echoes of Eternity sketches. Go away. Yeah, no, it wasn't you. It was Mom. You didn't shut the door. So technically, it was you. All your fault. You could set up Mom a Twitch. If you want something to do for a few minutes, there you go. Nah, she's watching me through your computer. She likes being able to watch. Now it doesn't feel as creepy. Of course she did. I think it's somewhere on the table next to me. I just have to go digging for it.
I'm helping. Stop.
No, you're not helping. Put that back. You're not helping. You really aren't helping.
These are empty.
Mom tried helping. There. You wanted me to have my sketchbook. There it is.
Said you were gonna sketch. Do something that you want to do.
I want to work on the eggs.
You want to sketch too.
Yes. I'm indecisive.
Okay. Take a couple minutes. Post to your Facebook page. Get people to come in and talk to you. Hey guys, come spend 10 minutes with me. I'm gonna be doing this for a little bit.
Okay.
So do it.
Can I stop this and rename it to various projects?
You don't have to stop it. You just have to go into the settings to change that.
Which settings? Because obviously I don't know what I'm doing.
It's the only major difference with this is there it is. Get rid of the exclamation point, weirdo. Just make that U a capital. 3 holding. No, just one at a time. Art conditions, the first one. Fan art, digital art, fiber arts. DragonCon, do that one. Just do it.
Mm-mm.
You're related to it. Do it.
No.
Do it.
No.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Tim. Yes, I did. I totally did.
Flies.
He helped. He's a butthead. Uh,
12-hour challenge.
it's 20-minute challenges is what I've been doing. Why are you trying to do a 12-hour challenge?
I'm just trying to get you to fill in text so you can get back to work.
Ah.
And when you're
Ah.
done, hit save, and then it'll publish.
There.
Alright? You're good. Just exit out. Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
That's just your chat rules. You're fine. Hi, Tim.
Chris says hi. And he just moved all of the minis you gave me away from me. Mistakes were made. The paint fell when you moved the boxes. Screw up the other egg and yeah, I'll have issues. She's not creepy. Alright, I guess I do need to go post this to social media things. Alright, doing this like you told me to. Dooby doo doo, dooby doo doo. There, I did the thing. I hope you're happy. I totally did the thing. Yeah, it's going. How are you doing today? Yep. Don't know if you saw this one. I know I sent you pictures. I have to come through and fill in a little more with some of the clay so that I have fewer undercuts, because the undercuts makes it hard to do the dip portion of the candle. Yeah, so I'm still learning placements, obviously. I have filled in, created my own rocks, used rocks and pebbles that I had here, and then built out the bottom. And this one is actually going to have a water effect. And then the really ugly one that's over in the corner, not on screen, is going to have the bones. So I get to figure out how I'm doing that. And right now I'm just trying to get the rough shape that I need, because this is just a Nerf football. Oh, let's see. Yeah, it's a Nerf football with foil wrapped around it so I didn't melt it. This is a little high still. Let's see. Oh, yeah, and the forbidden chocolate, that's not chocolate, it just looks like chocolate. I know I spent a few days on the first one just trying to get the shape down, so I was happy with it. But how I went about that one was very different than how I'm going about this one. Yeah. This one also doesn't have as much clay on it as the others do. Alright. Trying to even out the bottom edge. Because I don't want that. Easy way. Where is it? I need one of my Lazy Susans. Ah, hey Swallow. How are you doing? It's been a day. I got thrown into the deep end tonight and was not prepared, obviously. I was just working like I do in Steiner and uh, Z's streams. And then I got told I need to be streaming. So here I am. I don't know how long I'll be doing this. Yeah, so these are actually commission pieces that I started on in July. Yeah, I started on these in July and only just now got this one to a almost complete state. Well, obviously, Pelos, that I have been hanging out in the right streams, right? When's your next trip home? Or are you still out being the supervisor right now? I know you said you were going to bed soon. Yeah, you. FYI, scales are really tedious work if you're sculpting from scratch. I highly recommend having stencils. Mm, let's see, how did I do that? Okay. So I'm actually sculpting these up to make molds of them. And they're going to be 3 giant candles in a Game of Thrones set for a local candle maker here in Texas who works the Texas Renaissance Fair. So, yay. Hopefully I can get these finished by this weekend though. So I'll be working a lot this week. When my hands get tired, I'll start working on the Echoes of Eternity book art. I have an entire host of portraits that I have to do, not including any other artifacts that I just happen to come up with. And yeah, you'll see me do this a lot just to warm the clay back up so it's easier to work. I know that pain, Swallow, so I wish you all the lucks in that. Hopefully you have people biting, or at least your local people who understand. I think Chris has abandoned me. Also, sorry I don't have music. That's probably gonna be something added in the next few days. Yay! It's starting to look like a pine cone. That's actually a good thing. Yay! Premature tried to draw in the grid. I didn't erase it like I should have. I had attempted to just quickly draw in the spiral grid that you need for drawing scales. And it's really hit and miss when I do that. It took me 3 trays on this one, but I had to get to almost the crown here before I was able to draw it in. So, did that too soon. Also, if anybody knows about Game of Thrones, feel free to tell me about it because I haven't watched it. And I'm still really on the fence on if I'm going to. Mm. Oh shit. I will hope that the cancer's all gone for her. I didn't know that's part of what's been going on, man. But then I haven't really gotten to talk to you that much yet. So. Here's hoping it stays gone. God, I hate cancer. Yeah, um, so I don't know what type she had, and I'm not gonna ask because that's rude. Um, I went through cancer, and I think a lot of people don't realize is how much it puts the family through as much as it does the person fighting. Because there's a lot of, oh shit, that's, I really hope all the tests go really well for this last scan. I really do. Um, I know that's one of the harder ones, like one of the really hard ones, especially if they don't catch it in time, but it sounds like they caught everything in time. Oh, well, and here it is a year later, and they're looking at everything being gone, so that's really good. Really, really good. Um, one of the things that I learned when I went through mine is that a lot of people don't see the impact that the family has. Chemo's rough. Now, I will be first to tell you that. And I really, really sympathize with her right now over it. And I really sympathize with you because it's really, really hard. So, what were you doing before Jobwise? Before all of this started? Oh shit, I just thought about the fact. Okay. Huh. I have no idea how this virus has affected the car industry or your technical line of work, if that's something that you're wanting to go back to. Now, so it's a mixed blessing to be told what's going on and what's not going on. I will say I appreciate how you approached it, and I appreciate the fact that you were there for her. I know that had I not had um, the friends that I had at the time, Palos met me a year after my chemo and after my surgeries following cancer. So uh, that's been a hot minute now, and honestly, he and I have been really good friends, almost best friends since, and I don't know what I would have done without him. Some of my friends, I don't know what I would have done. Some of my family, I don't know what I would have done without them by my side involving the cancer stuff. So I give you major props because that is both maximum effort and it's really really hard to be on the outside and knowing that there's nothing you can physically do. Yeah, I understand that one. I really do. I will say it if she never says it or if your brothers never say it. Yeah, yeah. It's a little scary to think about how long we've known each other, isn't it? I mean, I have my birthday this weekend and I met you about 3 to 4 months later because that was when, because I think it was spring when I drove up with Dawn. No, no. Was it really Origins? I think that's like the one badge that I don't have on my wall. Wow. Oh boy. Oh god. I know that it was around the time I was dating Lou, and that was 21, 22. Oh shit. Dude, you're making me feel really old now. Oh man. Oh. Hi there. I'm sorry it's all jumpy. So, working on dragon eggs. I wonder why the video is jumpy. Is it jumpy for anybody else? Please tell me because this is really new. And if the light's too hot, tell me that here. Okay. Oh god. So, yeah. JT, I think I met you. Ah, alright. I understand that one, Tater. I had bad internet in the past, but we got this apartment in June, and I ended up with fiber. We didn't even know what kind of internet it had. He did not research that before moving here. It was just kind of a, oh here, who's not shut down by COVID right now? Let's find a place to live. Um, it's because the light is right there. Yeah, here. I can do that, but it just causes too much shifting as I knock everything over. But no, I have about a foot between my face and the light. Yeah. Yeah. If I sit back here, my face should be fine. But then it's really hard to work. Because I sit forward when I work. Oh, hotspot will have to be fixed in a little bit. Not a That's not a today problem. Probably a tomorrow problem. That's on this level, so that's gonna end up being 2. It should be 2. Counting scales, that's all. Figuring out where the next sets are going. So I can have the nice, lovely, organic. Thank you. I do appreciate that. I really do. Because that'll help me figure out how I'm moving forward with stuff. I just can't tell quality of image versus if you guys can see what I'm doing or not, because if I look up, all I see is the what looks like a beginnings of a pine cone. It should look like a giant chunk of chocolate. Beginnings of a Lady Gaga costume. I remember when this was closer to the beginnings of a freaking Madonna costume, not Gaga. Nowadays, I don't put anything past either of them. Alright, here we go. Man, don't ever leave sculpting. You can. The monster clay doesn't go bad. I had a tub for like 3 years. All you do is you remelt it and then you let it cool or you sift it through some pantyhose. Yes, pantyhose. Best filtration system ever. at least for monster clay and things like that, because you can just filter out any of the dust and the dirt that gets in it from sitting for too long. That, and they came out with a new monster clay in the last year or two, and that one looks like it's going to be fun to play with. It's for the people who tend to sculpt the busts and then just immediately paint them. Good night, Palos. I miss your face. And thank you for helping me to get this setup going. Those edges are gonna bother me later. Gotta remember not to focus on them now. Yay. Alright. So, what did you use to sculpt, Willow? I mean, you said you want to get back into it. What'd you used to do? Or should I ask, what did you enjoy doing most? Oh. I do a lot of crazy stuff. So further up the wall, where you can't see it, is the awards for costumes. Because that's my favorite area is costumes. I have not touched Fimo in about 30 years because I found it too difficult to work with forever ago. How is Fimo Pro? Is it at least semi-fun to work with? Or easier? I can see that. I've watched so many of the mini fig people sculpt with the green stuff, and I'm just like, what is this mess? I have never heard of it. I've heard of epoxy sculpt because I've used that before when working on the doll modifications and stuff. Green stuff? Nope. Never heard of it until I was at or watching Black Magic Craft on YouTube. Yeah, I think that's who we were watching. God forbid I string two thoughts together in a memory. Ah, yeah, that's so. How I know Pelos and JTN is through LARP. I did Vampire Parlor LARP with them, and I got pretty burned out on that after I uh, ran a LARP for Vampire for, I don't know, what was it, a year or two? And it was just a troop game. A lot of fun, but the burnout was definitely real. No, no, it is not the mullet mouse. That is not who that is. No, 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 no. JTN is from Florida, okay? Specifically, he's from, like, but he knows who Mullet Mouse is, okay? And he knows who you are, too, if I was to say your character name. Because then he'd probably shit himself. And I thought your ass was going to bed. You were supposed to be going to bed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, Mullet Mouse still talks to me on Facebook, though. I haven't spoken to him in a hot minute, though. Ah, I haven't figured out how to use the stream raiders yet. I accidentally started one while I was watching Steiner's stream, and I haven't learned how to do anything in the game because if it's not like super easy, intuitive, then I don't get it. Alright. Doot, doot. Mm. I don't even know how to do that, to be honest. Maybe I'll text you tomorrow when I'm watching Brush and say, hey, how do I do this thing? Oh, I won't be applying to host one of those for quite a while. Maybe they'll have all the bugs worked out that by then. I had somebody in Z's Discord say that I nailed the scales pretty well, that they had a very nice organic look to them. So, yay! Yay for all my years of being obsessed with dragons. And not drawing snakes, but definitely drawing scales on things. Yay! The increasing step. I always feel like this is one of the more awkward parts because you're just having to squeeze in the scales wherever you can to just kind of increase the band without changing the shape of the, well, size of the scales too drastically. This is like the advanced game of decorating Easter eggs. It is not fun. Not fun at all. Did you fall off the wagon? Did you? Or were you just too wrapped up with work to be messing with it? Oh, I see. Wow, it was that kind of day? Really? It a work virtual happy hour. Okay. Oh my god. Will somebody come kill the cat? Well, not really kill her, but she's complaining very vociferously. She thinks she hasn't been fed. Go to bed. Yay! I made a full circuit. And it doesn't look absolutely terrible. I mean, it still looks terrible, but not completely. Maybe now I can get the scales into a more comfortable uniform size. All Game of Thrones stuff. Hmm? Alright. Wait, JT, are you still here? Or are you just still doing the bouncing over multitasking? Or are you grading papers at home? Because it seems a little late for you. Alright. Secret to organic scales is to just build them up without drawing the grid and trying to remain consistent in size. Some will be smaller than others. Oh my god. I love my cat. I have a cat. She is sweet, she is adorable, and she is wonderful. She is a loudmouth. I will happily talk if people give me topics or things to talk about gladly. Otherwise, I'll start talking about armor. So, the armature for these is a Nerf football clad in aluminum foil and then covered in monster clay. This is the roughed out and finished one. They are roughly 8 inches tall. They're going to be a nice, wonderful set of candles. As soon as I get them molded, the molds will be going to the Texas Renaissance Fair to the owner who has requested these. I think she's trying to talk to you guys. I don't actually know if you can hear the cat or not. So there's that. Alright, I guess this is one way to keep track of how many hours I put into this. Because I think I've got 6 into just the building process. Alright. Is it sad that I can hear them through the wall in the other room? Even with all the sound baffling that I have. They're being loud. Alright. Stretch break. I was talking to somebody about hand stretches recently. I don't know who. So, the person who commissioned these asked me if there was any way that I could hide a dragon inside of it or sculpt up another one that could be done as the baby dragon inside the egg. And I'm like, I really don't want to do that. Yes, it'd be a really cool concept, a really cool idea, but I'd have to make something metal because they're gonna be candles. And yeah, it'll have an interesting burn pattern for certain. Okay, that's going too straight. Monster clay is wonderfully forgiving. And yes, I'm intentionally using this tool because I can have a decent curvature for a scale look if I do what I just did. And then come back through and draw. I had carved a lot of material away from this one because this was the first one I did, so it was huge. Chris, go away. Alright. Next row of scales. Luckily, this part does go pretty quick, but at the same time, it doesn't. I mean, it's the most forgiving part, at least, because you're just roughing in everything. And then you get to go back in and remove materials so that you can have more detail and more of an organic shape instead of what looks like stamps. And why are you back? You were supposed to be going to bed. I mean, you do totally have work tomorrow, you know. Or are you just playing supervisor tomorrow again? Okay. JT, you normally punish yourself. And it's normally all your own fault. Okay. That's... I don't know if that's fair or not. I'd rather be in bed too. I mean, hell, I had fun playing Ingress today with Mom. Also, JT, have you figured out who that is yet? No. Oh. Which race? Which race were you adminning for? I've been watching a lot of the Mario, I think it's Mario 35? It's the new one. Are you serious? Your work commute is 2 flights of stairs right now? Are you guys just having a conference or something? Oh, you were doing Link to the Past. Was it one of those randos again? Where they just mix up the courses and everything? Oh shit, that's right. You moved since I visited you last. Okay. So a plandomizer is where people who are doing the run get to place items. Okay, new information has been learned. Awesome. Not really, because I don't play Zelda. Where is Searing? Oh, Sebring? Okay. You could go visit JT. Not really. No, don't go visit JT. Also, no, don't go to Florida. Their numbers are just as bad as here in Texas. And don't come to Texas right now. Because holy shit, I looked up those numbers yesterday. I was terrified, appropriately. It made me want to stay home. My cat is being very vociferous. Yeah, I know. I know you're at the job site or the hotel. However, some of the hotels you've stayed in some of the areas have had people who have actively argued, and that's why I was worried. Wait, Florida and Texas doesn't look bad? Uh, um, pardon while I twitch because the numbers I was looking at last night had Texas placed second in the country, if not first on some lists. And that was from the CDC. Although I gotta love all the NAs that are showing up now. Had me super confused. I don't think they're actually doing proper samplings. Statistically, we shouldn't be improving at the rate that we're apparently improving. I am finding glitter everywhere. Well, I'll tell you what, people here are mean involving the virus. So I try not to go out. One part-time is all I do. Stream for classroom. Nothing synchronous. Oh god. So they're not doing video feeds, or is it just a pre-recorded video that you're having to do and they just watch it at their leisure? Oh, okay. I guess that works. anything you don't have to do yourself, right? Yay, college education. Alright. So I am coming to the crown again. Yay. Not yay. It's starting to get a little bit more spacey on the scale, so it's getting harder to make them consistently the same size. I'm about to have to squeeze in more. Because you can see it in spacing. I can go probably one more row if I do a narrow scale here. And just keep it consistent with the size of the one above it. And then I get to add in small scales, because you can see it on this one. Like if you look like right here, you can see where I had the larger scales all the way around. And I've got these two just squeezed in pretty consistently around it. That's just part of the increasing to make sure. Okay, you're praising a school book that you're teaching, so now I'm concerned. Are you a pod person? Like, legit, are you a pod person now? Because that doesn't sound like the JT and I know. Well, hopefully they end up liking your curriculum. Alright, hello to the lurkers, because I can tell somebody's there. Feel free to say hi. I don't bite, I swear to God. I am working on the dragon eggs from Game of Thrones. This is a commission. They are to be a set of candles when I'm done. Well, candle molds is what I was commissioned for, but you have to do the initial sculpt in order to mold the candles from it. Oh wow, that's definitely impressive there, JT. Again, you're singing the praises of a school. Now I'm. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I don't bite people anymore. Anymore. One of the few people who knows me from the age of, oh, I just bit everybody who came in contact. No, I don't do that anymore. It's called recovery, okay? And a lot of therapy. Hence, therapy. Hey, this is my therapy. See? There's the scales, how they're coming along. Goal when sculpting these is to keep them on the same plane so that everything's pretty consistent. I can just draw a line all the way around. I don't always manage to do that. I don't know if I'm going to be biting people post-COVID. Because I don't think there's going to be a post-COVID anytime soon. I think we'll just adapt and figure out how best to deal. Yeah, I have a few guide scales that go back to the top. That way I have a row line, because I have it on this one too. So this was one of my guides, so it goes all the way down. Like right here, the set is the guide scales. And I split this one because the gap got too big. Good night, Palos. You better go to bed this time. I know you're in bed, but like, go to sleep. Ooh, nervous. Hands hurt, hands hurt, hands hurt. Doop 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 doop. Gotta tell me when I'm not in the screen. So JT, how is your LARP going that you have that infernal in? I know you're asking me to play the other one, but obviously my time's pretty taken up. So it's going great. Okay. So why are you wanting the secondary character? Wait, what? Please go back and explain that better, because you're just sitting there saying it's all fluff, and I'm like, are you being a cheese monkey just to be a cheese monkey for the first time or something? Okay, so you want to establish the lineage. Is that working for you? So yes, you're wanting to actually be a cheese monkey for once, but not be an all-out cheese monkey like the ones we know of old. Oh, there's a master plan. Okay. I come into play and you kill me. Right? That's how that's totally gonna work. or I'm gonna like horribly upset Gabby. Cat, I know. I know. Never necessarily said it would be you. Hell, if you suddenly had a PC kill, they'd be questioning it. E. You're being a scary person with that. See, you're that player who I both liked and did not like, because you took a lot of special circumstances. Like, sure, great concept. How's this gonna work out now? Because you are both a fun challenge and a difficult challenge for staff in any of those types of games. Oh shit, now I'm at that step down point. So I've now been carving scales for almost 2 hours. Shit. I was expecting this to go a lot faster. My cat is wrapping around my feet, begging to be fed. Now I get rid of the starburst on my forehead. Oh shit, I just completed that circuit. Alright, now I have to start doing the next step down, which will start bringing me into the larger curve. So, here we go. I'm a cat right now, sorry. My nose itches horribly. Oof. Okay. What's the old adage? You get your hands into something that you're working on and then suddenly your nose will itch. Trying to get the scale shapes right. Doopy doop doo. Doop 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 doop. Alright, so trying to decide how much I really want to work on this tonight versus tomorrow when my hands are fresh. Because I've actually probably put in about 6 hours of work on this already today. Mm. Oh, do you have a plan as a backup for if you get uncovered? Is that what the whole Sedite thing is about? Oh, good God, why? Why? Why would you stoop so low? Apparently tonight we're talking about vampires. Game. Because of cool powers. Ugh. You know, that's there's so many other ways to get to that point. I have to laugh at you sometimes because you do these really awesome concept characters. Although this time you're doing an artist and you this is me being very polite because I know you. You have all of the artistic ability of a 10-year-old. I mean, I have seen your handwriting. Alright. More scales. This is one of those things where it's definitely a love-hate relationship because you're having to individually carve in the scales. But this is going to be a pretty badass candle when it's done and I get to mold it. I'm both looking forward to and terrified of molding it because it'll be my first 2-part mold. CJT, you can write, and that I think is one of your strong suits. And you're also a fairly decent programmer as long as you don't stress yourself out about what you're working on. And I've seen you do that before. Yeah, that's twice. Yep. Well, the thing is you don't. Alright. Constructive criticism. You have this thing where you'll just go, oh, I can do this tomorrow. I can do this tomorrow. When it's just a certain type of project. Because, yeah, it's really easy. You can knock it out in 5 minutes. However, you tend to do that even though you'll hit rough patches and you stress yourself out because you do that. Because you're like, oh no, I have to get this done. I have to get this done. And the deadline's in a week. Because I've seen you do that too. Note, I'm guilty of that as well because here I am, not prepared at all. Like, I think I have a bottle of water over here. Yep, that's an entire mood there. Entire mood. I have had pretty mixed feelings about the last 2 weeks because yeah, it's been a really big. This is fine. This is fine. This has to be fine now. Nope. This is fine. Type deal. These are going to look a little small compared to the other scales. But I hit the size point where I had to do the increase all the way around, so I'm having to do 2 scales for every one that's up here. Yay! It sucks. Yay, almost done, kind of, and trying not to cry. Wait, what? Which game show host died last week? Oh, okay. I have a feeling old age is what killed him. Please tell me it was old age. I hope it was old age. Because I'm at the point where I'm just going to smile and nod and pretend I know who you're talking about because I remember Name That Tune. I don't remember Password Plus. He was born in 1927, but died in 2020. Damn. Please tell me somebody did an interview about everything he had seen and the politics and everything, because that would have been cool to watch. Yeah, I'm gonna say old age. So I'm rounding out the bottom of this with how I'm sitting it on the edge and sculpting. Everything's getting rounded. I love and hate doing scales. So dragon eggs are for a Game of Thrones themed set of candles. And yeah, this is huge. This is what I did on the first one, and I did the first one. I've only done a few eggs, but I haven't done anything to this degree. Hey man, thank you for coming in. Thank you for the raid. I got forcibly kicked out of your stream by my partner, and he told me I had to be streaming. So here you go. This is what I'm working on. These are the dragon eggs from Game of Thrones. I'm doing all 3 of them. And I have this one egg in my hands right now is about 16 to 25 hours worth of sculpting work. I just finished the basing on it this morning, where I've taken rocks, added them into the clay. It's actually on a foil and Nerf football armature. That way I didn't have to waste so much clay. So I welcome all of you, and I thank you for coming in and joining me. And here I'm working on the second one, which is going to have a water theme base. So I've got that pseudo roughed in. Yeah, so anytime you're having to do large sculptures or large basing, do backfill. Do something. I don't care if it's like layers of cardboard in the shape that you're after. Uh, a couple of Dollar Tree Nerf footballs for me and a roll of foil is what saved me, because I only had the 1 tub of monster clay, and this is what I have left after cladding only uh, just these 3 because I've also got the third one started. Because the goal is to. Yeah, the large Easter eggs though won't hold up when I do the silicone pour to do the molding. I'd have to fill them either way. Ah, but yeah, because weight is a thing, and this one still squishes a little because I've been working with it, so the shell is getting a little thin. I mean, it's not super thick either, so I'm not going to be carving out a whole lot of material. But yeah, I was I was working on this, watching Thunderhead Studio earlier, and I got yelled at, so that's why I'm here. But sculpting and scales, I'm just doing the rough out right now, and it'll probably take me another day to get them smooth like these, so they have that organic look and doesn't look like it's gonna murder you. Goal is to keep everything pretty consistent in size. I just did the next layer step out. No, I didn't get yelled at for joining your community. I got yelled at for not doing my own stream because I was working on these. And I'm supposed to be streaming when I work now. Uh, so, yeah. No, I actually enjoyed hanging out in y'all's stream. I like listening and reading other people's chats. Because I work better when I have people to talk to. Hence why I'm supposed to be streaming. Yeah. So, yay, that's a thing. Yeah, I've always liked working with company, or at least having somebody to talk to. JTN JTN 2002's listened to me for years babble while I work. And if you hear random meows, I'm sorry, my cat thinks she hasn't been fed, even though she has been. How did the stream go over there? Did he? That is true. So music thing's actually a lot harder for me now. I only have 20% hearing, so I've lost the deeper tones before the higher tones. So I'll go jumping through streams until I can find somebody I can hear, which is why I tend to gravitate to some more than others. So do you have a specific brand of car that you work on there, Samir? Or is it just the garage hobbyist? Hey, you know what? If I'm able to hear somebody's voice and they are not absolutely boring, then I'd say that's a win. Because as it is, going to the grocery store and having somebody look at me and say, "Hey, how are you today? Everything going good? You need any help?" And I just see their mouth moving, I'm like, "Oh, great, it's one of those days." It gets boring real fast in life and frustrating. Yeah. It's losing my hearing as an adult versus gaining hearing as a child has been an interesting ride. I'll say that. You learn a lot about people. It takes people watching to a whole new level. Because there's people who, when they find out that I can't hear them, they won't even try to talk to me anymore. Oh God, you race? Okay. Do 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 do. All right, so Subaru STI. All right. Oh shit. Um. Ah shit. I understand that project. I used to have sensitive hearing. I had I don't know how to enable links. I'll be perfectly honest, because I got thrown into the deep end tonight without any real guidance on how to use the software. My partner came in here, set everything up around me, and said, "Here you go," and just kind of dicked off into the other room. And I think he's actually streaming on his channel. He's supposed to be anyway. Little jerk. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I so last year is when I found out how much of my hearing I had lost. Um, and that was interesting because I was a bartender at the time. It was about this time last year, and I had tried a hearing aid, and due to my type of hearing loss, hearing aids don't work, but I am a cochlear candidate. However, that's a few $1,000s and surgery to have magnets put in my head. I'm not ready for that. But yeah. Uh, so are you track or circuit for Yeah, so I'm really awkward. I'm sorry. I was not prepared for this. Uh I will learn how to enable links by tomorrow. Like when I get off here tonight, I'll learn how to enable links because I don't know how to do that yet. I have a few other things that I had found that I wanted to learn how to do too. Oh, oh, you do 2D? So this is some other stuff that I'm supposed to be working on. It's also commission. So let me set this aside real quick. And I'll flip back a couple of pages. I was not able to grab the Discord link before I dipped. I need to grab it. Alright, where is she? Oh, she's a little further back than I anticipated. Alright, so this is the 2D art that I do. And I was supposed to be working on her today. And she's finished. She's actually one of the streamers here on Twitch. I had her permission to do this artwork of her before she started streaming, but now she's streaming, so it's kind of fun that you guys are some of the first people to actually see this before it gets published in the book. This is actually going to be published. I'm going to be published in a gaming book called Echoes of Eternity. It's for a Boffer LARP. And the person who I base this picture off of is Synthetic Jules. She does makeup and body painting on her stream. And it's been an adventure this year. So I drew that. I started that 3 months ago, did it in 3 days, and I just finalized everything this last week. I got contacted today by another LARP wanting me to do artwork for them because they've seen my work. So they're wanting me to do the sketches for their rule books, and that's what's going on. They want to go back to that D&D vibe and that feel. So I am a jack of all trades artist. I have a lot of mediums that I can work in. I can paint, I can sculpt, obviously, and then I can draw, but the things that I have awards for that are up higher on the wall are actually for my textile art, my costumes. And I used to do cosplay, but then I went the screen accuracy route, and then I worked on movie sets. So I have this huge portfolio that makes no sense for job applications. I will happily join the Discord. Feel free to whisper me the linkage for said Discord, and I will gladly join it. I am in Zombie Brush Studios Discord, and I've been hanging out there. No, JT, I am not taking on any more clothing costume commissions for Nero right now, because Ryan's the one who called me about the Nero handbook. Today. Like, that happened today. I don't have as much time for sewing as I'd like right now, okay? I'm really a crazy person. Hey, you know what? Sleep is important, so I totally understand that. I've been up since 9 o'clock this morning. My time, at least. Because I'm on CST. And as soon as I get a schedule put together for when I'll be streaming, I'll make it so that people can better plan. Have a good night, alright? Oh, man. Oh, man, you guys really made me happy with the raid. Thank you. I do appreciate it. Yeah. When I was talking over in Thunder's chat about the Mandalorian bucket, I actually have the soft part started, and I've got a Rusalor here for the Mandalorian Mercs Costume Club, so MMCC. You know, all the fun Star Wars stuff. But I usually work as a handler, and I just started the armor last year, and then COVID happened, and, well, sob story short, I was living out of my van for about 3 months this year due to COVID. Lost my place right before COVID. Landlord didn't care. And it was end of June, beginning of July when we finally got an apartment in Texas, which is not where I started, because I started in Atlanta at the beginning of this year, Georgia. So now I'm in Texas. It's kind of weird traveling my old route from 2006, though. Yeah, so when we initially got out here to Texas, nobody was showing apartments, nobody was taking on new leases, nobody was doing anything, and I had like 6 grand socked away thanks to the stimulus checks and all of that. But we couldn't find a place without 6 months worth of rent up front. And we had to have proof of employment at that time. So we did what any normal person did. I went on a road trip. Everybody was in lockdown at the very beginning of COVID, so we drove from Florida to Seattle and back to Texas. So I got to see places I haven't seen, and I got to visit friends who I haven't seen in years. Yeah, there was like no traffic on the highways. It was great. The places we ran into issues was I'm sorry about all the shaking. I'm actually shivering, and it's not because I'm cold. It's I have nerve damage, so I'll get the shakes at times. Um, the problem we had was actually finding places to go to the bathroom because everybody was closed. 24-hour places were reduced hours, so it was difficult to find places that were open and accommodating. Oh, awesome. That makes me feel better. I didn't know if the shaking was translating through to desk because it looks like it is on my feed. So I didn't know, and I thank you. No, I'm a train wreck of a human being. I am broken. It sounds like I've gone through hell and back, but I am actually genuinely okay. I am a semi-functional person. Oh, oh, that I don't know how I feel about that. Last time I was on a screen that big, I was on the set of Drop Dead Diva, okay? And even that was interesting. uh, you know what? That actually makes a lot of sense. Simply because I used to do that too. If I'm on my Surface, I'll watch stuff on TV and or my phone instead of on the Surface, so that when I'm working on that, everything's fine. Oh shit. Sorry, my ADHD brain got distracted. I was not aware of that, to be honest. I have an Xbox and I have a PS4, and I never got the Twitch app to cooperate on the PS4. Yay. Oh, good. Okay, so when I go, oh, hey, you mentioned that you race. How long have you been racing? I only ask because I actually used to drag race on strips down in Florida way back when. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right, cars. Okay, okay. You said a Subaru STI. Ah, it was. Oh shit. Now I have to think. Okay. Well, you do a lot enough work on a car, and it's no longer the typical build at all, ever. It just depends on what you're doing to it. No, the last race I was in was 20 years ago, and I started 24 years ago. Yeah. Oh shit. I just dated myself really hard on that one. I uh I actually raced at a track instead of street racing. Oh, nice, because I was actually going to ask if you did track or if you did dirt. Because I know the dirt tracks they can do some interesting turns on, which really tests the suspension. Okay. Not gonna lie, I missed the thrill. I couldn't go back to it now if I wanted to. Mm-mm. I've been in 18 motor vehicle accidents, 2 of which were motorcycle, the rest are cars. I've had 2 vehicles flip on me. So the reason I won't go back is because of the number of accidents. And I don't trust my body to be able to do the hand eye coordination that's required. So I now drive a mom van quite happily. But I admire those individuals who are capable and willing to do the racing. As I said, I've had a wonderful life. It's been really adventurous. I've had a lot of fun doing it. Oh, that's a really healthy decision to make because I know people who didn't make that decision. Uh, it's like one of the really bad accidents I was in was while I was still racing, but it wasn't on the track, thank God. No, it was in 5 o'clock rush hour traffic when my transmission seized and dropped its axle, took out the left front tire, and I went flipping down the highway. Um, Still walked away. Yeah, yeah. I don't have the chat super filtered, so that's probably the one word that I have on my filter, but that was a very appropriate usage of that word. Don't say sorry. That was 20 years ago. I mean, that saying sorry implies that I regret the stuff that I've been through. And I don't regret it. I learned a lot from it. I learned not to trust that make and model of a car again. And to not let somebody work on it if they didn't have any knowledge of that vehicle. Because dude didn't like, so the dude who did a transmission flush for me, I went to a shop, but the guy's like, "Oh, I haven't worked on one of these before. It's an older car." And I said, "Okay." Well, he didn't freaking do what he was supposed to do during the flush, so the transmission seized. It happens, but it doesn't normally happen when you're doing 45. And me being young and dumb, I didn't sue. I didn't do anything. I just walked away. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I wish that I still had pictures of that accident just because I walked away from it and the roof of the car that was above the driver where I was caved in. Yes, yes, being alive to bitch is what matters the most. It's like I had a lot of anger management issues after that accident. I walked away with a concussion. That's for certain. Um, I had at an 80s Chevy Blazer. It was one of the original Chevy Blazers. And I don't know how dude made it into being a ah, it's been too long. I'm not gonna lie. It's been a little too long. It had two doors. I remember that. That's about it. I mean, I can describe my motorcycle better than I can describe that car. I mean, when did I get that car? It was just a beater that. Hey, Cole, you knew better than I did. Awesome. I could draw it. I know that. Um, cylinder. Wow. Wow. Yeah, yeah. I have a friend who worked for Subaru. He worked for Subaru for the longest time at the dealership, and he would sing the praises of every vehicle. Okay, so weight's not an issue. God, I remember people at the track pulling new tires out of their trunks, swapping for just the track. And I remember other people who had everything they possibly could stripped out of the car and then making it as light as possible just so they could get the best time. I would not know how good a Subaru is not. I've never driven one. I will tell you I probably will not drive a Kia again after my last experience. I've had Chevys most of my life. I had an Integra Sport Model 97. I had a Volkswagen Cabriolet 86 convertible that I literally drove the wheels off. um, JT, you had a bad experience, okay? You had a really bad experience. Yeah, I actually had a stick shift. It was the first stick shift I owned that I got a $400 speeding ticket in. But I got that 2 days after I bought it, in Georgia. Ugh. Oh, I had somebody destroy my Integra. I was so upset. They T-boned me and it totaled. They T-boned me, drove me into the guardrail over an expressway, and that guardrail is probably the only thing that saved my life that night. They ran a friggin' red light and T-boned me. I still miss that car. Yeah, that was a sad day. I if I could have a car back again, it would be either be the Teggy or it would be the Cabriolet. Cabriolet had the most positive steering of any car I've ever driven. And we had rebuilt the engine 8 times at that point. It's like between the Cabriolet and the Teggy, I used to drive from Jacksonville, Florida to Orlando in an hour and a half, 2 hours if I was taking my time. Alright, so who has watched Game of Thrones? Because I haven't. And I'm sculpting these eggs. I know, it's bad. I'm not going to turn down commission work. Not when it's several $100s. Okay, so you can tell me if I've got the theme of these right. Awesome. I was going off of a friend of mine suggesting. He said rocks for the base of one, water for the base of another, and then bone for the base of the third. He said those would be fitting bases for the Game of Thrones dragon eggs. Wait, that was. Nope, you've done better than I can, and you just described one of the more iconic pictures that they post online. That's all. So yeah, sculpting these bleeds into that intellectual property and stuff. So I am not duplicating the eggs from the show. Yeah. I'm not terribly worried. Well, okay, so it's somewhere around 40% different from what the initial item is. And you can get away with it to a degree. But if you're doing a screen accurate replica, you can only do 100 per person who's making it. So if you are a business and you have 3 employees, you can get away with doing 300 unless they send you a cease and desist. Yeah, yeah. I just like robots. I'm not gonna lie. I'm there for the robots. I'm there for the mech looking. I'm really into cyberpunk and post-apoc. I know next to nothing about BattleTech, so when you guys are talking about the different models and then the different model series, I'm sitting here going, nope, as long as it's a robot, I'm good. So, I wasn't there specifically for BattleTech, but I was enjoying the conversation while I was working. And thank you for talking to me. I like having people to talk to. I feel less alone that way. Yes, yes we do, little. We really do. Also, hi. You could have said something sooner. I don't have this fully set up, so I'm not receiving any alerts. I got thrown into the deep end of the pool today. Ah, okay. Yeah, you missed the really awkward part, which was the very beginning of the stream. Because I was thrown into the deep end of the pool without a life jacket and then left to my own devices. I think JT's been here since the beginning. Oh, shit. Welcome to the convoluted mess that which is intellectual property law. Ugh. And I have a feeling that company is probably responsible for some of the insanity. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. And that doesn't exactly undo the initial suit. Thank God. I will say thank God for you on that one. Because holy shit, that. I just want to say nope, 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 nope. Alright. Yay, setting shit on fire. anything involving IP law is a mess. Like, not gonna lie, it's always a mess. Um, Usually it's only the really big companies that can go after the little guys and not give two shits at the end of the day. Ah, if it's anything like receiving a cease and desist from Disney, then yeah, it's a hot mess. I mean, certain companies like are really aggressive about their IPs, so I can understand that. I don't like stepping on toes. Oh, torching it made it so much easier. I have to remember to do that more often. Microsoft owns MechWarrior version of it. Tops down the Battletech portion of it. The CGL license from Tops means it will not gain mirror praise. Use license means turn-based combat PGI license. Wow, that goes through a lot of hands and permissions. Like, a lot. That's a very polite way of saying that. Very polite. Foobar. Foobar is a good word to use. I don't know how bad the censors are on this. I think that's like the only word that I have censored. Or situation not normal. I forgot which direction I was working for a second. Because I keep flipping it. Yeah, here's the fun part. I'm now getting into the larger scales because they're on the apex of the shell before it starts decreasing again. And usually I don't have to disappear scales that often. Just have to figure out how to hold everything appropriately. Ah, okay. Very nice. Part of me is really curious because I know how that stuff can go and it can turn into even a bigger deal because it's the fans who make the fandoms. Nah, distractions are understandable. Let's see. Can I get it open? Yeah, I can. Awesome. Oh shit. That is actually really good. Or cool. Blah. I have words. They're hard. Nope. Apparently I did manage to enable this. Yay. I did something right. That's kind of how my day's been. Yes, words are hard. Words are really hard. You can tell how flustered I am if my speech impediment shows up. I'll start stuttering all over the place. Or I'll get stuck on a word. Alright, note to self. If you stream and I watch you, captions. Captions, captions, captions. Because if you mumble, it makes it really hard to read lips. Smartass me wants to say, hey, that's probably a good thing. Nice me is like, oh, well, streaming is not for everybody. It's public speaking. Just in a text-based feedback setting. It's like, I'll be the first person to acknowledge this is not for everybody. I have taught way too many panels at conventions and events and just in general classes to have issues public speaking. My issues come from meeting celebrities who I actually like, and then I turn in this shy, quiet person. Uh, well, the person who starstruck me was the voice actor who did Bulma's voice for the longest time in Dragon Ball Z. And she was the American voice actor, not the Japanese one. She was really pretty too, so that's kind of what screwed me up more than anything. But I still have yet to live that one down. Uh, I want to get the scales roughed in tonight. No, you did not, JT. So apparently we're into the celebrities I've met hour. Huh. That's pretty cool. Do you have anybody else on your top I want to meet list? I've watched Slayers. I've watched it so many times, and I have very mixed feelings about it. It's both awesome and a oh shit, why am I watching this again? I love it. IGPX. You know, I have some really good connections. I have uh I have a few people who work MomoCon and AWA, so I can usually get my hands on RNU type stuff. Oh, okay. That's good to know. Who's messaging? Okay, Little, I see what you have sent me, and yes, we will have to discuss this further at another time. Hmm. I also get to learn how to use all the fun doodads and features with Streamlab, because I don't know how to use any of this. Mark Hamill is a fun guy to meet. I will tell you that. He was an awesome one to meet, actually. Very, very down to earth, very real. Um, so one of my best friends is a huge, huge Batman the Animated Series fan. Okay. And I have connections for Star Wars Celebration every year. Well, not this year. Go figure. Um, and one year it fell on her birthday, and she was at a retreat. So I had 6 video voicemails for her from various Star Wars celebrities. And Mark Hamill, instead of doing the hey, I played Luke Skywalker, it was the Joker's voice from the animated series wishing her a happy birthday. And I have to date now won the birthday wars permanently, and it's now just a competition for second place. And she still has the video message to date, and we're not very good friends anymore because distance has happened. But I still love her to death, and I still wish her the best. Well, life moves on. I've known her for 10 years now, and yeah, she's one of my best friends. I will still call her my best friend, even though it's been 6 months since I talked to her last. I don't care how long it's been. I know that. I think my favorite meeting was I got to meet Warwick Davis, and I've actually worked with Warwick on at Star Wars Celebration because a friend of mine's a volunteer, and I end up being his gopher if I'm there because he usually gets me a badge and lets me go with him. But he's Warwick's handler for Star Wars Celebration, and he's one of the kindest souls you'll ever meet. A few years ago, I got him to sign before it was known J.K. Rowling was so problematic, a box set of the Harry Potter books as Professor Flitwick for my sister, who's a huge, huge Harry Potter fan. Well, was. I don't know if she is now or not. It's not always a matter of knowing the right people, it's a matter of treating the awesome and badass people when you meet them like a human being. Because I didn't go full fan and fangirl so hard and stupid. No, it's fine. I understand topic jumps, man. Alright, let's see what you got. Oh shit, this is some really nice line work. Is this all the same artist? These two are, it looks like. Alright. Duh. Alright, the dragon's cute. And drawing lifelike like that is really, really hard. Hi, Thunderhead. Lurking in there? Or just listening to me babble? That that's a lot of work, but he's got some really, really nice line work there. Um, does he have a degree in sequential art? Because he looks like he'd be the person who would have a comic degree. Ah, well. I ask the really random questions because I have too many friends with bachelors of fine arts, and I'm the one that didn't go to college. And in some respects, they all work in call centers, and I'm the one doing the art. So it's a weird, weird, weird ass backward situation. All right, Night Little, Missed your face. I'll be hiding on Saturday. I'll probably be lurking in somebody else's stream. And I have forgotten everything we were talking about. I remember line art and that's it. I don't feel like drawing right now. I need to be drawing. You know, going to school for art is hard. I've watched too many really good people get just murdered by having professionalism and technique drilled into them instead of letting them find what actually worked best for them. I have this entire rack of tools next to me, and half of them don't make sense as being tools. Yeah, I understand burnout. That was me with LARPing. It's like JTN 2002. I know him from LARPing. He's played in games I've run. He's been on modules that I've run for Boffer LARPs. And I hit burnout with that last year, and now I own a chapter, so I'm gonna have to go back to it, and I don't want to right now. Yeah, I just gave you a new one, and then I left. And you're like, but, exactly. Sorry, not so sorry. I think I'm gonna try and finish the scale work, or at least roughing it out like this tonight, and then call it a night, because I've already been at this for 3 hours. So, in 3 hours, I've managed to go from the top of this to here, all the way around. Ah, it's hard work. It is very hard work. Yes, yes, there's car. I will happily look at cars. I like cars. I don't even care if they're classics or not. Okay, that one looks like it's a lot of fun to drive. And now I have a brief nostalgia for missing designing lift kits. Or at least the spoons. No, it's happy nostalgia. I don't miss working with fiberglass anymore. It's like I only race on the track so people could see the body kits I made for the car. Because I think on the Teggy I had 4 different ones at one point. And for lightweight, you wanted to use the fiberglass. because it was easier. Yeah, it's cheap and it shatters so easily if it just gets bumped. But it kept the air out. Unless you cracked it, then you're just fucked. Oops. I gotta remember not to cuss. I've been doing pretty good. Baby powder and tape. Believe it or not, that is how you lift it out of your skin because glass particles suck. Um, but you just use, you can also use liquid latex to lift it out. But then that's like the equivalent of waxing if your arms aren't shaved. I was the circus freak for a while, so hair did not grow on my body whenever I was doing contact burns. Nope, it's getting too hard to do this now. Burning all the things. Burn, burn. Burn, burn, burn. Nope. Nope, not nearly as bad as that, but thankfully I didn't work with carbon fiber. I have seen the horror stories on it, and that was plenty. Had an ex that bought a carbon fiber hood so that he could have a lighter weight vehicle. Man was an idiot. Hi, Playground. Thank you for the follow. I am not getting alerts yet, so I apologize. This is actually Monster Clay. It's the medium weight Monster Clay, and I don't have an easy way to show you this right now. So there's soft, medium, and hard, and this is the forbidden chocolate. When you melt it, it looks like pudding. It's forbidden pudding. But it's a wax-based clay that retains its shape as it warms up. It's easier to work with. Yeah. Um, I enjoy working with this. I discovered it thanks to Midsummer Night's Puppets or Creations. I don't remember his full shop name, but he does the little wood baby puppets for the shoulder at the Ren Fair usually. I know he introduced me to it because I was sculpting and we were talking at that time. He gave me half of a container and nope, I have been playing with it ever since. I know that they just came out with the gray one in the last 2 years, and it's supposed to be better for doing portraitures because it lets you see the shadows better. What do you sculpt? I am nosy. I like knowing what other people do, and it also gives me something to talk about. So yeah, just to let everybody know, I do not have Streamlabs set up apparently for where it's supposed to give me notifications. So I have no clue what's been going on. I'll just babble at you. Oh, anime chibis. You missed the anime conversation a few minutes ago. We were talking about the different voice actors we've met, or ones we'd like to meet. So, do you have a favorite anime? I guess that's the good question, isn't it? I do a lot of different art styles. I have watched a lot of DBZ in my day. God, I remember it being on VHSs. I have not quite mastered techniques involving chibis. Have a good night, Samir. I am Little Cannibal Girl across 95% of the platforms I am on. So, I am not that hard to find. I am Cannibal Crafts on Facebook, and I am Little Cannibal Crafts on Instagram. So, if those are the preferred methods. Yeah, so Little Cannibal Girl has been my gaming handle since my game tester days. And that's 15 years ago now. Hey, I'm a very good creative and I work as a jack of all trades artist and I usually cannibalize other things into my art. Hence the Nerf football. I don't eat people. That takes too much effort. I'll just go to the grocery. um, you would not be wrong. I am not capable of working in EVA foam. But yeah. Have a good night, dude. I will catch you in one of the Discord streams. Hey, you know what? If I can't cut a clean line, that's fine. That's what EVA foam requires, and I can't do that. And I am okay with this knowledge. I am safe in this knowledge. Uh, there's an end in sight. That makes me so happy. Does it count as using Twitch as my timer so that I know how long I've worked on a piece? Because I don't keep track of time very well. So, Clay, how long have you been sculpting? If you're still here, that is. If you're already doing anime chibis, you're probably doing pretty good, all things considered. I tend to do more realistic things because, I have a hard time with chibis even in standard art. $3 isn't bad though. Do you have formal training in it, or is it just a hobby that you picked up and enjoyed? Yay, commission work! I'm not alone. This is a mountain, and I feel I will die on it. Because I still have one more of these eggs to do. Well, that's nice. Do you do people's OCs, or do you just do replicas of characters you've already seen? Oh, I can see doing fan art of them as well. Okay. Oh shit, when did I do that? Okay. I do not mind looking at links. I do have it set so that the channel is link friendly. I like looking at what other people can do. That's why I haunt so many streamers. Visit you later. Alright. Are you streaming tonight or? Yeah, tonight is actually my first night streaming like this. I streamed prior to COVID on 2 projects that I did. They were a pair of masks, and I don't. Yeah, the other one's not available. Here, I can actually show you an example of some of the other stuff that I do. So, this is a amphor bottle. I did all the leather work, all the beading, and the language with the Seals of Solomon. It was for an alchemical djinn as a prop. So my style does translate into other mediums. I just got brought one of my older masks, and it's not the mask I was looking for. I think the mask I'm looking for is somewhere on my wall. It's just too high up for me to get to. So this is my first commissioned sculpt in about 3 years. And I'm doing the Game of Thrones dragon eggs to be a set of candles. Oh shit, she's still sitting there. I'm falling back into it after being out of it for a while. The last thing I sculpted before this is I was working with Wicked Corpse and I was doing horns. That was it. Nothing fancy, just horns. I've gotten tips and tricks from a bunch of horror effects artists on sculpting techniques and everything. It's just hard on my hands to do. It's hard on my hands to do a lot of sculpting, especially frequently. So I'll pick it up and I'll put it back down, and I'll pick it up and I'll put it back down. I've been sitting on these eggs since July, and I'm just now getting to where I can sit down and knock them out, and I'm trying to have them all done by this weekend so that I can get them into the molds. Thank you. Obviously I'm just roughing this one out. This one I finished for the most part. I have a little bit to do on the base here. This one's finished almost entirely for the most part on the scales. It's just got a couple of little fine details I need to come back and do. But I rocked out the base using the clay and the monster clay, sculpted in my own rocks, used some of the rocks I already had just to give it some different textures, since they're going to be cast as a solid block of wax and then they're going to be dipped in the colors. Then break out of your portfolio, expand it, and just add what you want to do as you do it. Just do a fun project for yourself occasionally so that it's not all just the portfolio work that people are seeing and commission pieces you've done. I learned that ages ago, but that's also why I don't have a portfolio, because my stuff goes across the board. It's like you can kind of see them flickering in the light through here. I do canvas painting, I do sculpting, and I do fine art drawing. I showed this a little bit earlier. You weren't in the chat yet. But I've been commissioned to do art for a gaming book. So this is just one of several portraits that's going to be in the gaming book. Pyrography is fun. It does wear on your hands after a while. There's your heads up on that. It's like, so here's an example of just 2 different days of work. So this is 3 days after not having drawn anything for a while. And then I have, if I can get to it, obviously, I have this one. This was drawn 2 days before that other one was. It's not as detailed. I had a little bit of issue with spatial awareness. building portfolios are hard, and one of the things that you have to remember is some of the art for your portfolio has to be done for you and not for other people. And thank you. Thank you. I was going to try and alternate between scales and sketching, and instead I'm just doing scales. So, because I'm really trying to knock these out and get them done. And then I get to knock out all those portraits and then other assets for the book. But no, when it comes to building your portfolio, if you want to diversify it, definitely diversify it. But find the things that you enjoy sculpting and keep those for yourself, and do the things that you don't mind sculpting as commissions. Because you don't want what you love to be the thing to burn you out. I really want these done by the weekend. Hopefully I can finish roughing this one out, polish it tomorrow, get the water worked in to where it looks really nice. And then tomorrow I can start roughing in on the third egg. Here. I need to remember everything's on the right. Roughing in on this one, because this one's like, welcome to how this one looked at the beginning of the stream. And these are like just footballs everywhere. Go back and fix the things I smutzed up. Hi, Wildcard. I missed your face, dude. Thank you for coming in. You know, so the only reason I have not made a pattern tool for this is because I don't intend on doing a whole lot of scale work. I have a couple of wood carving tools that I can use, and then I have a rack. All the clanking sounds is my rack of tools. I have this full of tools. All kinds of shit. I have another thing of just like this of tools that I've made over the years because I didn't like what I had available. Yes, various implements of destruction. Most of those will hurt, not gonna lie. The rack is from the Dollar Tree. If you really want to know, I have 3 of them. I hot glued a Lazy Susan to the bottom of it, just a little 3-4 inch one, and it has been my best friend. I have one for my paintbrushes, I have one for my makeup brushes, and I have one for my sculpting tools. It was probably my best find, and I think all told, including the little plastic Lazy Susans that I bought, it cost me probably $7 for all 3 of them, plus the 4 Lazy Susan discs. and it keeps everything up out of my way. It doesn't hold my wood carving tools very well because they're about as tall as it is. Let's see. Yeah, they are quite literally as tall as it is. But they definitely make things a lot easier. As I be a good monkey and put my toys away. Ish. I have paintbrushes and tools all over my desk right now. Because yesterday I was painting and sculpting. I won't show you guys the paintbrush rack because it has doll heads hanging out on it. And those look a little creepy when they don't have faces. Getting distracted, getting distracted. Finish the rows, finish the rows. Well, Wildcard, thank you for joining me. I do appreciate it. Hey, Wildcard, how's Caboose doing? I haven't seen any posts. I'm worried about the Caboose. A baby aspirin a day will help keep the pain away. Does he still hide from the camera? Some things will never change. River, what? 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 Sorry, that is my cat. I don't know if you guys can hear her or not. She is yelling at me. What? 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 Alright, nope. Nope. You came over here. You big fat cat. Here you go. Alright, so this is River, also known as Princess Meh. She is a very vocal cat. She is a Bengal mix. There. Oh, you butt. Now you're just gonna purr at me? Really? Okay. You can sit right there. Just stay right there and we're fine. Awesome. I'd be pissed at you too if you took me to the vet. So yeah, I'm not surprised he was growling at you. Although you look like you were probably laughing at his expense. And she's mad that I'm not petting her. Oh man. Do I have another hour of this? Do I have it in me? I don't know. Push, push, push. So what new games have you been working on lately that you're allowed to talk about? Because I know you work on the games. Oh, cool. How were they to play? Okay. Well, that's good to know. I've only watched streams of Fortnite. I haven't played it. So, it's a battle royale style. Well, that makes sense. I recognized just the name of Baldur's Gate, so that seemed pretty big. Not gonna lie. Okay, so it is where I thought it was from. Cool. And I am sorry if I get quiet. It's because I'm starting to see the home stretch. Sure, catch me up. We'll trade stories. It's been a hell of a week. Well, not this week because it's only Tuesday, but my week started last Wednesday, if that makes sense. Or did I tell you about that? I told you about that. I don't know. I spent the last week in an artistic fugue. Apparently, Chris has everything set up so that Mom's able to watch me in the other room. Yay, that moment where I drifted doing the scale, so everything's on a slant. Okay, I thought I had told you some of what was going on. Well, that's a thought. Nope, that was it. That was the list of the insanity. And now I'm trying to sculpt the eggs before the weekend. How about that? That tells you where I'm at. I am a special kind of crazy this week. Trying to get all of them done by the weekend. Yeah, I know I've got this, but it's kind of like, oh hey, how much pain am I going to be in tomorrow for doing this the way I'm doing it? Oh, what's my cost today for tomorrow? Yeah, so the plan is to cast it in a large two-part mold that supports all three of the eggs. And it's what they're doing is they're pouring candles. So these are the molds for the initial candle, and then they're dipping the colors into place. So it's going to be a large white mold, and then, well, a large white candle, and then they're dipping it into the different colors to achieve the effect of giving it the look of the dragon egg. Which is why I was trying to get it done by this weekend, because the end of this month I'm shooting a wedding in Florida, and I have some friends in Alabama who are really good at casting, and I'm not. I'm a realistic person. I've only casted very, very small scale. I have not done anything to this degree. So, shying away from the risk of really screwing it up, I'm asking friends to help me do it. but these are for a candle maker down at the Texas Renaissance Festival. And their season just started a week ago, and I was hoping to have these done before the end of the fair season for them. That way I could A, capitalize on the fact that they'll be able to introduce new candles and pay me sooner, and B, hopefully get a slightly larger payout, because it means I'm going to have to go down and meet the owner of the shop, and I've just been working through one of his marketing guys lately. He said take my time and don't rush it, so I hadn't been. And here it is, Texas Renaissance Festival decided to open for the season. So I'm like, okay, it's time to kick things in gear and to finish these eggs. And, well, I could totally use the money. I wanted to do them as realistic as possible and to give it a really good theme for the bases of the eggs, because I didn't just want it to be sitting on a little carved pedestal. I have a bunch of friends who've watched the series and they gave me tips and guidance on how to do the bases to represent each of the dragons to the best of my ability. Now I'm trying to decide if I'm going to make this one look like sand or if I'm going to keep it to look like water, because both have that fluid shape. Well, even my sketches are commissioned right now. Yeah, there's my scale tool for whenever I actually manage to get to where everything's spaced right. I just have to come in and clean it up. I don't know. I know where all the glitter's coming from, but I can't believe it's everywhere still. Yeah, I'm hoping to get 3 molds off of this actually. I'll probably only get the mother mold, and then I'll do the first 2 castings out of it as resin. That way I can have a master blank so that it's not made out of monster clay. And should I need to, I'll be able to remake the molds later if when that's a necessity. Because molds tear over time, it depends on how many castings you get out of it and how many runs. Especially since they're going to be doing wax in them. It might not be as hard on the mold itself. Once I get a rhythm going, I'm usually pretty good, so I don't need a stamping tool as much. Oh. Alright, I am so close to being done with the scales. So close. So close to having them roughed out. Ugh. Yeah, huzzah is right. Because for as long as I've been on the stream is how long I've been working on the scales. So that's one way to keep time. Tomorrow I'll come in and I'll do the base with the water effects. And I'll sit down and carve out the rest of the scales. Ugh. Luckily I've got that down to a science. Yay! Found my problem scales. Oh, well, I had problems towards the base on the other one, so that's not that surprising, really. River, what do you need? Oh, I hear you. But you're down there. If you want up here, then come up here. I think this is going to be a normal occurrence, having the cat on the stream. She's already fat. She's on a diet. She's a 15-pound cat. Yeah. Yeah. Really? Come here. You want back up here? I would, but this tub of lard does not hold still for anything, and she doesn't like looking at the camera very much. There you go. Now you can see her. You still being a tub of lard? No? Oh, you're just gonna purr at me. I know, it's such a horrific life. Being my cat. Oh, that's where you're gonna live now? Okay. Let me scoot back. Gonna stay there, you better stay there. Cats. I will give her props. She'll steal my pens, but she doesn't steal my sculpting tools or my paintbrushes. I have not learned how to do the emotes yet, so as soon as I get there, yeah, the cat'll probably be an emote. She is adorable. She is a senior kitty, so she's about 9 years old, going on 10. She is spayed, and she was declawed before she came to me. She still has her back claws, though. So she's stupid sweet. She's a sweetheart. She was this She was a cosplayer's cat. So very much used to having fur and everything already. I'm still working on remembering where camera placement is. But luckily I don't think I've gone off screen too many times. She is a sweetheart. She's just begging for food. She's very food driven. And she's hiding over under my side table. You know, I'd argue that. Some people don't have allergies to cats, and then they meet her, and then suddenly they're allergic to cats. She's like hardcore antisocial, though. She'll come out for me and my partner, and that's it. And apparently, me being on stream means she needs to be social with me because this is the most social she has been with me in 2 weeks or a month. Apparently, I'm existing in her space. Please tell me I'm not smashing my scales on the other side. No, I'm not. Yay. Okay, cool. Carry on. Oh, so close to being finished. So, GZ Clay, when are your stream days? Is she for real playing over there? Yep. Alright, I'm stretching. Who else is still here and paying attention? And just not lurking? Oh, 7 hours from now. Tell me you're gonna get some sleep, right? Or is it day for you? Ooh. Ah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'm in CST. I have cousins who are in the Philippines. Yeah, so my immediate cousin, she married into a very large family of Filipinos, and her husband is, I think, the oldest, and there's 8 kids, and half of them are actually in the Philippines doing school stuff. I know the daughter went to the Philippines to study medicine for the longest time, and I know that we have extended family there. I'm sorry, you guys have some of the best cooking. Not gonna lie, I've enjoyed the recipes I've been taught. Mm. Yeah, it's a small world. I don't know which part of the islands or country they are in because I don't know that much about it, but I will say that a lot of the things that I was taught growing up came from them, and I did appreciate it. Almost there, man. Almost there. Yeah, yeah. uh, that's pretty appropriate, right? Uh, they taught me a lot of recipes, and honestly, I don't know what I'd do without some of those recipes. I'm gonna be tired of drawing scales this week. I'm not gonna want to look at another egg for a while after these 3 are done. Luckily, I have a Death Star to sculpt for them too. So hopefully I'll have enough leftover clay to be able to do that one. And I can give them that as well. That'll be fun. Yes, we are a small world and everybody is interconnected in some way. Stateside, my friends play a game of 6 degrees. Carve pumpkins for distractions. I only have one pumpkin right now. I don't have my normal Halloween stuff set out because when I moved here, I didn't bring Halloween decorations with me. And for some reason, the stores have it in their head that they're allowed to clear the shelves, and it wasn't even October 1st of Halloween. All the pumpkins were out last month, and it's starting to get picked clean already. And I'm like, guys, it's not even. We haven't made it a full 2 weeks in yet. Well, now we have, but yeah. I love carving pumpkins, but they're really hard on your hands. Really hard. Yeah, I'll probably be sketching. I have all those portraits to do. I think I have 10. I think it's around 10 portraits. And then I get to go through and sketch out different, just different scenes, different characters, different interactions for the book. They're wanting a D&D vibe on the book, so should be fun. It's much harder to remember to decrease in scales than it is to just keep going. That was not my intention of showing off the rack. It's just, this is how I do my tools. It's like, okay, what's in here? I have a set of brass chopsticks. I have wood clay tools. I have nail art tools, wood carving tools, silicone sculpting tools, candle sculpting tools, a lot of scissors. Wasn't my intention. Oh, I made you think about your space and organization is what I did. That's what I did. Got it. No shit. Uh, I will probably have to get off here soon. but I am almost finished, so yeah. My partner fell asleep on the couch because my desk is in the bedroom along with my workstation. So yeah. Hey, I did that and my my stuff was all over the place. Like before I got these racks from the dollar store here. Um yeah. I picked them up. I picked one up is what I did. And then I realized the mistake I made as soon as I got home and I put it together and I used it and I was like, "Well, shit. I need a few more of these. One is not going to be enough." Cuz my stuff was just in random zipper bags and I hate pencil case bags. I love them, but I hate them because realistically, they don't make it easy to grab anything. They actually make it really hard. And it's like every 5 minutes you're having to go searching for a tool you had just set down in the pile. I like being organized to a degree, but it's usually chaotic incarnate. Obviously, since I'm picking up clay as I go. So, have you tried the new Sculpey air dry? Because I got in my hands on it not too long ago. Because I also do doll mods, doll modification, one of a kinds. Traditional sculpting is really messy. I I miss wed work. I also don't. I really don't. I do, but I really, really don't. I mean, the most sculpting I've been accustomed to the last few years. Oh, I've sculpted some pieces that I've cast in resin, and then that was hmm. Well, this stuff so it's by Sculpey instead of just like normal air dry. It had very minimal shrinkage. And the only reason I know that is because I used it to fill in gaps on the legs of this doll that I have. So I do Monster High repaints and mods. And alright, I can reach. I can reach. So she'd gotten chewed up by a dog. And I used it to fill in on her legs. And this is after I've sanded, but it had very minimal shrinkage. And that's why I was surprised by it. So anywhere it's white, like right in here, this is all backfill. Same with this leg. Let's see. There you go. Now it's not so hot. So all this is resculpted, and you can see the deformation in the shape here. But it worked, and I was a little surprised at it. I don't know if you're in the area that's more humid. It seems like it's like epoxy sculpt, but it's just like the Sculpey version. and it's not a two-part. So that's why it was a little unique to work with. I mean, it's only been here on Twitch that I've really seen people using green stuff for the miniatures, because that was a product that I had never heard of, and I had never heard of Milliput until I was watching YouTube. And I have trouble with things that are really hard to work, so monster clay, if it hasn't been heated and hasn't been worked a lot so that it's soft, I do have trouble with. See, being slow is just fine. It means you're getting your details right, and taking your time's okay. That's what I do on the sketches. I'll just get lost in it though, and I'll forget that I'm talking to people or things like that. Holy shit, am I really that close to being done? Yes, I am. 4.5 hours later. Yeah, I have no idea when my regular stream times will be, at least as yet. I have to develop a schedule still. I have not had that problem yet, thankfully. But then I also haven't worked with air dry clay yet on stream. Uh, the only things that I've done on stream are masks and this. And Twitch has already removed and taken down the videos I had of the masks, and I didn't get a chance to save them because I was moving at the time. Woo! That side's done. Now to clean up this side. And the cat's back. And the cat's back, cat's back, cat's back. So as somebody with ADHD, I totally understand getting lost and carried away with conversations. I do that a lot. Although I'll tell you, I wouldn't have believed that 4 hours just went by doing this. I will say I am glad that I put this boundary line in for where I was going to be sculpting out the water, because it made it a hell of a lot easier to judge where I was putting everything. I don't have room in my fridge, to be honest, but as soon as I stop working on them, they start to firm up. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I did think about that. I did remember that you guys are a lot closer to the equator than I am. So, even though I'm used to high 90s into the 100 and teens between Texas and Arizona, uh, you guys get much hotter and more humid if I remember right. So, yeah. Hey, you know what? Geography's not my strong suit. I have not been to the Philippines. I've been to Alaska and I've been to Switzerland, and that's about it. I did not get to go do all the traveling I wanted to do. That's a 1 day type thing. I'm just proud of myself that I remembered that you guys were pretty close to it, and now I'm disappointed in myself because I apparently forgot you're on the equator. Ugh. Suggestion: never get Warbler. Don't ever get Warbler with where you live, because if it melts here, it's definitely going to be a puddle there. Um, oh, oh, that is a thing. That is a thing. I uh, I grew up in Florida, so I wasn't very used to snow. Hopefully your desk is looking a lot cleaner now. They've motivated you. Well, that's a question. Would you want to go to a country that it snows in? Just to experience it? Please tell me you take the time to do hand stretches so that you can prevent future injuries. So close to being done, at least with this stage. Oh no, it's all good. I said, would you want to visit another country that has snow? if only just to experience snow. When you manage to have the opportunity, just know it's really cold and don't handle it barehanded. Always wear gloves. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. So do you end up casting them or do they remain as the monster clay when you send them out? Oh, that makes sense. COVID has been a. Okay. This is probably the only time that I'll say it. COVID has been an absolute shit show here. And my country did not handle it at all well. And people here are really rude and don't think about the collective. So, and I really feel for those. I know that it's been hard everywhere, and some places handled it better than others. I just don't like how it's been turned into a optional belief here. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Uh, the rump didn't help anything here. Not with that. Now it's a, oh hey, it's not that bad. Yeah, I refer to him as the rump because yeah, everybody listens. Um, he got it, but he had top of the line medical care and immediate response. So, no, it's not that bad for him because they did treatments on him that aren't available to the everyday person. Nope, because he turned around while still contagious without a mask and said, "See, it's not that bad." It's it's a political grandstanding so that he can get reelected. And a lot of people don't want him back. Um, There's a reason there's a lot of memes about the US being a dumpster fire right now. But it is what it is. I have left my house to go on walks and I wear a mask. I go to the grocery store. I'll sometimes pick up groceries if I remember to order ahead. But for the most part, there's a lot of people here who don't wear masks. I'm immunocompromised. So I wear a mask every time I leave the house. And with the hearing loss, it's hard to get a job. I can speak great. I went through a lot of speech therapy after being deaf as a small child. And then as an adult, I've started losing my hearing. So it's just an adventure of learning how to adapt differently. And that was the last scale. Oh, thank goodness. My hands are tired. My hands are so tired. I didn't recover all of my hearing. I recovered some of it. I've lost most of it again. Oh, it's starting to look like this one. All the scales are smaller on this one than this one. Next up, basing, and then I get to do the other one, which will have bones. However, for me, that is the end of my night, and I hope you guys had a great time. I thank you for those who have joined me, and especially lasted this long. Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna be. I have to remind myself to do that. That's definitely gonna be a thing I have to remind myself to do. And I do hand stretches. I do take breaks and do hand stretches. Mainly because I have rheumatoid arthritis in my hands and I have hooking. So where, let's see, can I angle? Yeah, you can see it in the fingers, especially in my left hand. You can see where my middle finger just goes off and goes off on its own. So thank you for watching. I hope everybody has a good night. I don't know how to throw a raid at people, so have fun. Have a good night. Rest well for those of you who do. Have a good day for others. Overall, enjoy yourselves, and that's what matters.